Good morning, AKS. Good morning, Ape and Kush. Back. Oh, we don't have to do a tug test today. We've got no trailer. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! No trailer, no tuggy. No, the prime rib is still with me, Ape. But I'm sure everything will come out in the end. Say goodbye to the big Texan. Pardon me, Jim. Hey, Emmy. Welcome, welcome. And Shite Poster. Howdy, brothers. Good morning, Emmy.
Good morning, Brandon. It's an early start today.
Oh, life is okay. Looking at the weather, though, off to my left, and hope the hell I don't get caught in that. It's, remember yesterday or the day? No, it was the day before. Bingus was like seeing the storms on the horizon and freaking out, and I was all calm because the clouds weren't right.
Right.
Well, the clouds are right today. And they're right in the way we're going to. So, yeah, it might get a little dicey.
Where are we going?
We're going to a pissant town that I don't remember the name of. Pick up a box or a truckload of stuff.
You sleep well? Is that full belly of meat?
I did. I did.
Like that. That looked delicious. Thanks for taking us to that restaurant.
Well, I figured you guys would want to see it. It's kind of unique.
It is. It's a bit of a show, like a touristy type trap thing. Yeah, that was good to see. I forget who was calling it. Oh, Bingus. It was like you're eating steak at a Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah.
Looks like a cool place. I'd love to take the kids.
And different time, if it wasn't so later in the evening, they actually have singing cowboys in it too.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's a treat, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you ever get down to Amarillo, it's actually really good. It's really good food too. My prime rib last night was outstanding. Time before I had a T-bone steak, was also really good. Not as good as a prime rib. The prime rib was really good, really, really good.
Do you know how I know it was good?
Because there was nothing left.
That that too. And the moment she put it in front of you, you didn't talk anymore.
Yeah. Although I did show pieces of steak to the camera.
Oh yeah, yeah. We got a laugh out of you, but man, you were into your dinner.
Oh yeah. Well, you don't get to be my size without being serious about food. I love a good fucking meal.
Now I didn't get. How much did that cost you? Um, Someone asked, but I didn't hear the answer last night.
It cost me $38 for the beer and the steak. The side.
And then a tip, I assume, right? So like 40 bucks.
Oh yeah, I gave her
Yeah,
I gave her a nice tip, especially since Abe had me say that fucking thing to her.
Come on down your back now, you hear?
I'll be coming down your back now. You hear?
Oh, fuck. Funny shit.
But even in my non-monk days, I never would have fucked our waitress. She was a big girl.
You never hog slave?
Oh, okay, I would have fucked her. Yes,
There you go. I think your mic just switched out. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that, Hammy. Safety called.
Uh-oh, did they catch you being unsafe again?
No, they were just giving out their pointless driving tips. They call us periodically and tell us things that we already know. It makes them feel better. It allows them to catch a paycheck, living off the fucking sweat of my brow. Not. These are freaking storm clouds ahead of us versus what we had the other day. They're,
It sure looks like it.
they're fucking full of moisture. We're gonna get hit. It's gonna get either really slow or really fucking stopped. I hope I get a trailer before that. I need some weight.
See, you should have ate the 76 ouncer last night.
Say that again?
See, you should have ate that 76 ouncer.
There's no way I could have eaten it. I know my limits. I can't eat that much.
Remember that movie, The Great Outdoors, where he had to eat that big steak? He's like, "Oh, I'm done," but he's like, "Oh, there's still gristle."
Yeah.
$200 though. Holy shit balls.
I don't see how you can enjoy anything that large. Should be fucking cold by the time you got it done.
Like Abe said, that's not a steak, that's a roast.
Yeah. Oh, the crust on the outside of that prime rib last night. Absolutely fucking perfectly done. You know, it was just the right. You know, it was perfect medium rare. It was had that fucking crust on the outside of the seasoning. Oh,
Yeah, they definitely slipped it under the broiler there for a second.
oh yeah. You don't cook prime rib on a fucking open pit flame. Yo, Kostya,
Hi.
how's it going?
Oh, that's fine. Some
Oh, you
trouble with
killed your picture.
electricity. Uh, we have limits of electricity now, and I stay working on from on battery, and internet working from battery. That's why I just keep it low.
Okay.
It's time to time happens. It's fine. You must accept it.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to see you, anyways, for at least even a short amount of time.
Yeah, because usually I just not have time to see you how it's going and talk with you, but just not see that you are not in my YouTube, that you stream in few days and just okay, all fine. You don't have any issues because it's unusual for you. You
Well,
usually,
actually, I've been on. I've just been working, or I've been driving much later in the day.
hmm,
I had a long run from Los Angeles to Missouri, and it was an evening pickup and a midnight freaking delivery.
hmm.
So I was driving much overnight all of those nights,
Is it safe?
and yeah, it's safe enough. There's less people on the roads. Sort of makes you fatigued.
It's safe because some extra money usually don't was safety issue.
Yeah.
Ah, that said, men that sit in periodically bombing city. Yeah, yeah. Good batch of advice. Uh,
Yeah. So what you been up to? Get your test finished?
uh, all tests finished. Only still working with my project, and I speak with my major on that stuff, and probably we need to cut a little bit because I little bit misunderstand and make too much. I put too much code, too much stuff, and that's why I can fit it in time. Just because I always try to do my best, and in that time it's work against me because when I send my labs, she ask why you do it so different because it's not work perfectly with what you send me like examples, and I make practically twice code, but it's work better and cover all excuse safe sets and all that stuff. But again, it's overthinking and much higher than what teacher expects from me. And that's why we
Okay.
agree that I will talk with her, show what I do, and we probably cut my semester work a bit that I can finalize it and send and start and make paper just formalize that stuff that it's work because it's already work. It's a long time work, but too many stuff I try to put inside, and it's just too big. All other is fine. All other test was passed, and I have probably one B or two. One question. In United States, 92 from 100, it's A or B?
That's an A.
Okay. Because in my university, yes, he's one of the best, but I get answers that 92 from 100 in my university, it's B. To take A, you need to make 96 from 100 on semester.
Hmm.
And even from my perspective, it's a little bit too much. But again,
Well,
I have to
they do
be.
that. They do that when the teachers are what they call that grade inflation.
Mhm.
They're too fucking easy, and they're scoring the students too high, so the administration will come along and say, "All right, we need to have the number of grades match the bell curve,
Mm.
so we've got to adjust the grading."
it happens. But again, I have probably 2B. All other stuff is A.
Yeah.
85
So
and
you either have to be or not to be.
90. uh, 2B will be when I finalize all that stuff, and I promise Julia that when I finish with that semester, I give her my notebook and she will play some computer game. Hogwarts Legacy. She's great fan of Harry Potter, and I already buy for her big game on in that universe.
Right.
And I spent 2 weeks not touching PC, not coding, just maybe just working, but watching a series or something like that. No, no, no.
Yeah, you got to give your mind a break.
Yeah.
I have been wondering because we're getting up to a point where our characters are able to pretty much kick everyone's ass.
Yeah.
What do you want to do next? You know,
Mm.
I've had people online here because they watch our games. They're telling me I should go monks next.
I have some ridiculous game idea, but I'm not sure that Glenn will accept that because I little bit damn myself, and now I stuck in very huge stuff because my players are already damn high companies that we already players starting with level 5 and they're already level 7, and I just need to put a much of effort that make challenging for them to survive, and it's pretty damn good. But again, it depends on situation because when you understand mechanics, monk it's good character, but he's for me it's trouble because I don't know what to do with him except kicking somebody ass. He's very good in it, and it's very survivable. They have a bunch
I
of
was
stuff.
thinking maybe going dual class monk cleric or something like that.
Hmm, I don't know. I was thinking about druid, but again, can be pretty good or can be really bad. Oh, maybe I just want to relax and took barbarian. I'm a chewy chewy.
Yeah.
It can be pretty fun, but I don't know. Really, I don't know because for me, just I can pick any character. Mm, mm, I don't know.
Yep. I'm going to have to really be careful today after I start heading further south. We're having an ice storm in Texas.
Mm. We have snowy weather too now.
Yeah. I would much rather drive in the snow than the ice, though.
You're probably right. Mm. And probably I need to start to get my driving license.
Yeah.
because it's I spend most time on education now, but driving license is pretty necessary. In my country, it wasn't so urgent, but now maybe I need to put some effort in it too. But again, oh, um, about my work, I already live in two war situation, and I get second education. In the starting of it, we have ChatGPT that promise kill programmers jobs and just perfect computer science just in time. Ah, rocket generation. Ah, it's funny.
Well, the jobs that are going away in the IT industry
Hmm,
are bullshit jobs. They've like the fact checkers and language,
hmm.
keeping people swearing and that type of stuff. Those are not value added jobs, so they're going away.
I don't know about it because more I study
At
about
least
all that.
those are the people that are getting laid off from Twitter and
Yeah,
YouTube and Google. You know, the folks that sit around and utilize all the company perks, but never really do a lot of coding. They're going away. All the programmers are still employed.
yeah. I don't know. Again, usually when somebody says that it's some kill job, but I'm not really sure about it.
Take a look. You can read it in the newspaper. You can see who's getting fired. It's
Yeah,
not the programmers.
mm, probably.
When my old company, my boss at Proxet, when he saw that the war was coming, who did he save? He said,
Programmers.
"Okay, all you programmers, come with me. I will pay for you to move to Turkey. We'll ride this thing out together." He did. There was all of
Yeah.
us who were extra. The English courses gone. The personal fucking trainer gone. The what I used to call them was eye candy gone. The accountant got saved. That's the only that's the only non-programming job that
Mm,
they kept. The person who knew where all the money was, she got saved.
mm,
It's
because it's
understandable.
necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, it's necessary. You take the guys that make you money, and if you're going to go into a period where you're going to have negative liquidity because of one thing or another, you get rid of the people who are eating up your you know, no longer disposable income.
Mm-hmm.
Because I understood when they hired me to teach that company English that I was a benefit, a job benefit.
Yeah.
I was not necessary to the function of the company. And I fully understood that's how it should be run. I'm not mad about it. But the values and morals, folks, they're all mad at Twitter. They're all mad at and their jobs can easily be replaced with AI bots.
You see, because the more I understand programming, the more I understand how messy and how bad documented, how I thought in engineering it's pretty bad. But now, programmer beat my expectation. They have so big mess in code, in sustain all that stuff. Main issue with all that programming stuff, it's market makes such conditions that it's not profitable to make good code. It's waste of time, and you lose your part of market. That blitzkrieg in market, it's kill idea of good code, and just it's a little bit annoying and disturbing that we not have chance
Yeah,
that it can be sustainable. Market, even if you have people who obsessed with it and want to make something good, market will kill them, and it's worst part of that equation.
yeah, that is a little disturbing. Thank God they didn't let us get away with that in aviation, because it would
But
have been that
again,
way too. You know it, just like it is in cars.
hmm
There's certain things they can cheat on with cars, and they do. You know,
hmm
look at the interior of your car. There's, you know, so much freaking plastic in there, and if it ever caught fire, you'd fucking die in 30 seconds just from the smoke. Can you do that in airplanes? Nope, can't do
oh
it.
yeah.
Regulations say you've got to be able to last for 2 minutes in a smoke filled environment inside of an airplane if it's on fire. And that's before the emergency breathing apparatus deploy.
hmm and that good limitation that you must stay in air even if you lose one engine. You
Yeah,
must fly 1.5 hours to any closest airport that can take you plane.
right. And if you're qualified for transatlantic flight
hmm
on one engine, you've got to be able to still fly your emergency oxygen protocol, which says go from cruising altitude down below 10,500 feet and fly half the normal freaking distance that your plane's rated range is.
Yes.
So that way, no matter which part of the ocean you're over, you can always make land.
Yeah. At least if we're talking about Atlantic. I don't know how they fly to Hawaii.
Well, they have the same regulations, but for a different ocean.
Yeah. But again, it's pretty good and it saves a lot of lives. And but
Yeah,
again, if we're talking about software in aviation, with all that scandal with Boeing, it's because they write a bad code. That Boeing issues that they destroy few airplanes. It's not mechanical issue. It was software issue.
yep.
And again, you make business condition where you can't write a good code. For me, it's Suicide Squad, but we'll see how it's going next. Hmm. Hope it's all end fine, but again, we'll see. One side, ChatGPT can save a lot of because if they try to push it forward with such bad code, without AI, we can fix a lot of stuff. They not have enough people to fix it and not have enough money to fix it. And more bad code they write, that it's harder to fix that issue. It's hard to explain. It's harder to restore your liver if you drink a bottle of whiskey each day. In 2 3 years, it's not start be easier to fix your liver. We'll see how it's going. But again, it's any case funny to finish education when we have get rid of. But another side, it can be opposite. They put out a lot of programmers, and in 2 3 years, when they need it even more, they start screaming and try to find somebody like it happens with that passenger queues in aviation, how it happens with truck drivers, that they start again pay enough money for that job. Just-
If they don't pay enough money, then people don't work. It's that simple. They do other things.
uh-huh. Um, Effective managers think about another stuff. They always think that they can uh, make a lot of bullshit. Our company wants that we turn back to office, even that guy that's still outside the country.
Are you talking about three shape?
Yeah,
Yeah. But productivity is higher in the office.
control highs in the office, not productivity. It depends. Management to lose control. They don't like lose control because if you
That's
not have
true.
so much
Because it,
control,
it shows you don't need as many managers.
yes, and no any managers want to lose his job. That's why all management wants that people be under control. Because productivity is easy. If you understand that it's sort of fixed fine and you can just fulfill all your requirement and even at home it's even easy overwork. If I'm passionate, I have a huge interest in task, make 2 3 hours extra for what I not get paid never. It's much easier. You just stuck and just do it something because you
Yeah.
need, because you like it, or something like that. When you sit at work and you need to go to catch your shuttle, or you need to go to buy something because it's much harder to stay extra hours at work, especially when you see how all other people stand up and go out. In such moment, practically, oh, okay, fine, I will fix it tomorrow. If you sit at home, you not see that anybody else go make extra coffee, go to smoke some cigarette outside or something. You just sit and doing what you do. If you have proper wallet or something like that. That's even they have subset. They nobody says that we have lower productivity. Shape have even in wartime with all that issue. We have practically bombardment, internet, electricity trouble. They have that we practically doing 75 80% of previous amount, even without counting that a lot of people just can't work. 80% in wartime with all that issues, it's huge.
Yeah. Well, if you believe what I see on the news for the business news, working from home reduced productivity of many people. They found that a lot of people didn't have the self discipline to get their work done. There were too many distractions, family and pets, and you know,
Yeah,
TV.
I know only one big issue from working with home. I can expect that you can control people will do their job, all that stuff can be doable. I don't understand only one thing, how to teach newcomers. You have team from 6, 10 experienced engineers. You hire one more man. He can be so experienced as your old team. It's not an issue, but you must somehow show him practice in your company, your standards, your way of doing things, because each company is different, a lot of different. We're not talking about even each industry. Put new people in a team when you are working remote. It's huge issue. That's only one real reason what I see, and
That's a big one.
because you want that your company grow, you need new stuff, you need to fulfill roles and all that needs, and you need to train them, you need to adapt them in your team, in your workflow, and all the stuff remotely. I not see any chance that you can do it. That's big trouble, and I don't know how to fix it with remote work. But all other stuff for employees.
People just look at how horrible remote learning has been, right? The
Oh God,
children who were in remote learning are are failing,
failing art.
and there's been a lot of the same thing going on with people working remotely, and you can't deny it. It exists. It's not that it's not
Mm,
a non-fixable problem because it's very fixable. Some people
They
are just
fail
they're just
art class.
lazy, and if they want, if they can do something else while they're supposed to be doing their job and still get paid for doing their job, they're going to do it.
They fail art class, Brendan.
Oh yeah, your son's art class is a big example of that. He just didn't do his work.
Nope. YouTube is only one click away. And if he hears my footsteps coming down the hallway, he can minimize screen and make it look like he's working.
but again, it's so hard to understand if he work in team, he has some amount of work to do. If it's not finished properly each day after day, you think something go wrong. You can talk with him. If it's not, sorry, man, that's bad. You're
And
not
they still
fulfilling your
pass them.
role.
They still pass. They'll
But
still
it's
pass the
very
failing student
frustrating.
because it looks bad on the teacher.
It's very frustrating to have to sit on somebody and say, "Do your work, do your work, do your work, do your work, do your work,"
Yeah,
over and
and
over and over again.
yes,
If I
and
was
it's
to,
really
if
demotivating.
I was to employ a person like that, I would fire them. They're too much
Oh, I wish I
trouble.
could fire him. I wish I could fire him.
You can't fire children though.
And you can't fire your own child either.
About that control, I remember the story. I work in aviation, and chief manager want to control that one special part. If you know, it's blade inside jet turbine. It's internal radiator of that stuff, and it's take a lot of effort and hard work to main it. It was a step when you just finalize holes in that internal radiator inside blade for turbojet. When I work with that people that make it, I just always give them parts after testing all that stuff. They just need to little bit finalize. That makes them 10 piece in hour, something like that. And the director said it's too slow and start to go sit near him and say that he make it too slow. Just control how it do it his work. Usually he give me back 9 working that pass next stage of test that internal radiator. One go out. Just technology. It's very hard with very thin parts with very small holes that it's hard to make. When top manager sit near him, he make not 10 parts, he make 4 working parts and 2 or 3 it was in stage that it's even not too worse to go to need to go to test. That's why just sitting some around somebody and just said you need to work or need to do something, it's just counterproductive. Like I say, if you need to make something special,
You're
something.
right. That's very true. Just sitting around and going, you need to work, you need to work, you need to work. But when you come to work, people come usually to work, right?
Yeah.
They know that on their home PC, there's not the the program that watches them, and if they go to certain websites, they get fired. You know, and they they behave better at work. At the office.
Yeah, I'm sure can accept that stuff.
You know, people would go to meetings and they would have themselves muted, and they'd just sit there in front of the camera, smiling. Boss could see them. But on another screen, they'd be doing something completely non-work related and not paying attention to the meeting or whatever.
Okay, one side it's true, another side we talk about mismanagement because
Yeah.
I don't know. Usually, I don't know how it's going in most company. When you have more than 6, 8 people on meeting, usually that less people on meeting, that more productive it is.
No,
When
that's for mass dissemination of information is the large meetings. It's not interactive.
depends. Again, it depends, but most time it's not so good. Again, all
It's
depends
it's
on
not about
situation.
productivity. It's about making announcements. And of course, we know there are certain bosses who love to hear themselves talk and view these meetings as their opportunity for performance.
Mm-hmm.
And those are job killers. I mean, productivity killers.
But again, again, It's not easy solution. You need to think, study, and understand how it's going. More I read that, more I understand we not have practically any perfect solution. If we have somewhere perfect solution, it's usually already implemented and nobody cares about it. It's already exists and work. Usually you always must pay something for trade-off. If you want to more efficient, it's more less durable and so on, or more expensive or whatever.
I'm just looking at this truck ahead of me, and he has some type of grain. And I'm watching all of this grain just fall out onto the highway.
There's gonna be a bunch of dead birds all over the road.
It can be something chemical or just sand or something.
Nah, that's a grain truck ahead of us, but he didn't get the gate. He didn't get the door on his. He's got a hydraulically actuated guillotine door on the back of that truck. And because he overfilled his truck, now he's losing hundreds of dollars as he drives down the road.
Maybe it's not so expensive for him, but if he overrode his truck, I have a huge question. It's not be a fee if police catch him because it's obvious he's a little bit overrode. I know
Yep.
that you have some regulations that limit weight of truck on road.
But if he's a farmer, he's gonna not be driving very far. Probably won't go past anybody who is gonna weigh him. If the police see it, sure, they might pull him over. Or he might be their cousin.
If it's really local stuff, yeah. United States country without corruption. Yeah. Ah.
Friona, that's the name of the town that I'm going to. You asked earlier, Hemi.
You can say it not so precise. I have no idea where it is.
Yeah, it's a town in Texas, way out in the middle of nowhere. But Hemi had asked where I was going earlier.
Triola?
Friola. What's up, Grumpy?
G'day, mate. How are ya?
Doing good.
It's
Good.
about 002600 hours on the East Coast.
Well,
Being
congratulations
typical.
on surviving another day.
Yeah, one more day above ground is a good one. Always. And as usual, when you get to be about this age, you sort of roll over, wake up, and you have to go to the little men's room, have a slash. These things happen to me all the time late at night. Anyway,
Yep.
I'm brewing up a nice cup of tea, and I saw this thing about trucks, and I sent that link there about the road trains, and you were talking about trucks and so on and ice on the road. We don't get that problem out here, mate. We get the mud. You've got to have a nice hard road that's not flooded out. And then if things are flooded out, then you've got to fly in, fly out, helicopters and so on. But with no ice roads problem, it's a mud road problem. And if you want to see a truck, have a look at that link and see how the road trains are set up. So you got
I've seen those road trains before. They're pretty awesome.
Yeah, you got.
God help anybody trying to stop one.
Oh yeah, because it's 3 trailers behind you, plus when you're hauling a load of cattle, it's got 3 layers to it. So each of those 3 trailers has got 3 floors on it with 3 herds of cattle. And it's not just that. They also carry sheep, camels, horses, goats, whatever you got that needs to be moved, live action. It's in some people are using B doubles, but way out west it's the B triple. And you get water on the roads out there, and the mud is way deep. You just sink in the mud. You're going nowhere in the wet season. That's in the red soil in the center or in the black soil up north. So that's the bane of your existence here, is the wet season and the rain. Can you see anything? Can you see any images and so on, info on that link I sent you in the chat?
I really can't be surfing the internet while I'm driving. That's
you're driving now?
Yeah.
You got the dash cam on?
He's our wheelman.
Oh, well, I love that stuff. Hopefully soon you will be able to see me, because I've been planning to do a grain nomad trip where I set up the dash cam like you've got in the truck on the 4-wheel drive, and then I'll be traveling around Australia in the 4-wheel drive. That's the plan. Probably another 6 months to a year away. But at that time, hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll be able to see the Grumpy Grey Nomad on YouTube with the dash cam.
Fantastic.
We'll have to get you out here, drive a road train.
I wouldn't mind doing that. I called this the MGTOW World Tour.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I would definitely, if I could get that set up, I would do that. There goes one of our cattle haulers. It's
you know what
a
we
double,
could do?
as you call it.
You know what we
call
could
them
do?
bull haulers.
Right. Now, I didn't know that you were a trucker. Now, Hammerhand, he's also a trucker, isn't he?
Yeah.
There's at least one other guy I used to see about 10 years ago on the internet, and he was also a trucker. So if you get a second trucker to go with you, then you can ride 2 up in the truck. So you got one guy sleeping in the cab, the other one driving, and off you go.
Miserable.
Yeah,
it's miserable. Oh, mate, you ain't seen nothing yet. What's happened here in our industry was they allowed some migrants to come in from certain countries so they could get a work visa and drive the trucks because we were running a bit short on truck drivers. So there's a tip for you. If you want to come to the land down under and you're a real truck driver, actually knows what you're doing, you should be able to get some good work. What they found was these fellas riding two up were so keen on not stopping that they would cut a hole in the floor.
Yep, they do that here too.
Do the number ones and number twos through a hole in the floor. And they'd get to the end of the line and the mechanic's got this bloody truck full of crap to clean before he can change the oil. Bloody horrible.
Some truckers like to collect their urine in bottles.
Yeah,
we had to clean the truck
different.
out.
Yeah, well, these guys were just having a slash all over the engine, and the poor mechanic down the depot finds this bloody mess when he lifts up the cab.
Oh, that's awful.
That was terrible. And am I allowed to share with you which country they came from? A lot of them came from the Indian subcontinent. And the other thing that happened was they didn't actually have a license. They didn't actually have any licenses at all. They just got them out of the cornflakes packet, and they were bloody crashing the trucks. They were going down into tunnels and wiping them out because they didn't know how high it was. Oh, we've had some terrible troubles up and down the East Coast. You could tune into the Ray Hadley morning show on 2GB Talkback Radio, and he would have these truckers, irate truckers and people from all over Australia up and down the East Coast talking about all these problems caused by all of these imported drivers who don't actually have a bloody license. Nightmare. So, Brandon, if you've got a real license, come on down. Bring the hammer hand and a couple other guys with you. We can get on to Ray Hadley on the Talkback Radio show 2GB in Sydney, talking about how you've got a real truck license and they might find you a job here, fair income.
Well, it would be more something I would do over vacation. I would do a ride along with an Australian trucker. That'd be I'd do that sure fine. Coming down there to work, you couldn't pay me enough money to live in Australia these days. You've got some feminists down there. They've taken away all your rights, all your guns.
Yep. Now, mate, you're on to my favourite topic there. You're absolutely right. Come on down. We'll drop you off at a truck stop. You can hitchhike around, work a bit, have a holiday, and go back home. Or maybe, if we're lucky, we can find a safe space here for you. Because one thing that we have going for us, similar to America, is we have the same competitive federalism system. And things are starting to stir up here where we're getting to a point that we've got some states which are California and other ones which are a bit like Florida or Texas, and you could live there and the laws won't be so bad there and the tax won't be so bad there and you'll have your rights brought back.
I watched everything that was happening in Australia over the lockdowns with horror. And I was thinking back to when I would come and visit the Navy, and it was nothing like that.
Correct.
And I was just wondering, what the fuck happened to Australia?
Well, we got taken over by the Marxist matriarchy. That's what happened.
I was about to say, what happened to Land Down Under and Crocodile Dundee and all that?
Well, Crocodile Dundee is actually a Hollywood movie star type from Sydney. So what we call him is a socialist soy boy. So he's had a bit too much bloody soy milk in his latte in the trendy cafe when he was doing these movie deals. and the testosterone level went down, and he's just a simp.
Damn.
None of the Commonwealth countries are worth a piss. Sorry.
Sounds like all the actors in Hollywood.
Yeah, yeah. Now, there's other place you find that is you get these metrosexual softies in Melbourne. I use the word soft, and then the second word begins with a C-O and a C-K. They're as soft as a bloody soft serve ice cream, the metrosexuals from Melbourne. And they are just as bad, if not worse, than the ones in Sydney. Oh, my God. It's horrible, horrible. And we, in America, you guys have these things called a rhino Republican.
Yeah.
Yep, Republicans in name only.
Right. Well, what we've got here is a Chino. So it's CINO because they are a conservative in name only. So what happens is in all of our major capital cities, they get together at a trendy inner city cafe, and the socialist soy boys sit on one side of the table sipping a soy latte, and the chinos sit on the other side of the table with a cappuccino, but it's still got the soy milk in it, and they're just as bloody hopeless.
The whole table is full of soy.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're running the thing. No testosterone. They ain't got no, you know what.
Oh, that's toxic. That
Very
testosterone
toxic.
shit.
That's what I call toxic femininity, because
Yes.
all of them were either born female or they used to be a male and they now identify as female.
Yep.
So we got them goddamn rhino Republicans. We just call them a Chino here.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get away with calling anyone a Chino around here. It would be racially insensitive to the Mexicans.
We have similar problems here in Queensland, where have always traditionally been the rednecks, because we're up north, and we get a problem at the Queensland New South Wales border, because these Mexicans from down south of the border keep coming up into Queensland and ruining it for us. They come up from New South Wales, Victoria, Sydney, Melbourne. Oh, mate, we've got to build a wall. Keep them out.
Just rebuild the Great Barrier Reef to its former glory, and just
that's it.
Prevent all shipping.
Well, once upon a time, we used to have that. When I was a little boy, we had quarantine at the border. So if you were down south and you wanted to come into Queensland and you had some bananas, you might have fruit fly on them. So just like Trump wanted to have the border and so on, and DeSantis and so on want to have the border, back in the day, we had Queensland state officials at the border checking your truck to see if you were going to bring produce that was infected into Queensland.
Oh.
So they didn't want to allow cattle to come in that were smothered in cattle ticks or something. They didn't want to allow a load of fruit that had fruit fly on it, all kinds of stuff like that. Plus,
was it effective at all?
It was for a while, but then the left-wing government got in, brought all that to an end, and so now we've got all of these problems interstate. No more quarantine. So the rabbit fence was about that. They wanted to keep the rabbits down south and not come north. They wanted to stop the dingoes from going down south to eat the sheep, and they didn't want to get the fruit flies coming further north and affecting our crops in Queensland, or vice versa. If we were coming down from up north and we had fruit fly, they didn't want it in Sydney. So they had very careful quarantine, nothing to do with racism. It was about we don't want to have anybody bringing in something like foot and mouth disease. We didn't want to bring in a truck that had fire ants or something like that on it.
Yeah, we got fire ants bad around here. They're impossible to get rid of.
Yeah, well, we're still struggling with that one here, but 50 years ago, post-war, during the 50s and the 60s, we didn't have these problems. If you turned up at a state border with a truck, if you turned up at the international border on a boat or a plane, mate, trust me, the federal guys from the quarantine were there with the rubber gloves on. It was a full deal like you've had with the security. Drop your pants, mate. Bend over. The rubber gloves are coming. And then they'd go over the whole truck, fumigate everything, make sure that you don't have a disease. There's no fire ants or diseases on the truck or anything like that. Vehicles that came into Australia, they would be in quarantine, and then you'd gurney them down with the water jet and disinfect them before they could come on land and drive away.
At some point, somebody decided that was just too goddamn expensive.
Well, actually, it wasn't too damn expensive. It was quite reasonable, but they wanted to damage the economy by introducing the pests. This is how the left-wing loony, left-wing nut jobs operate. So all of that, they started to pull it down in 1972. Then they had a really good go in 1983. And ever since then, since we've had more globalism and more imported produce coming in and more imported people coming in, every year we get another disease. We get the fire ants this year and the African killer bees the next year. Currently, they've started to pick it up again because there was a problem with some cattle had foot and mouth disease in Indonesia.
Damn.
And that's about the only one that we haven't got yet, and they don't want to get either foot and mouth disease or mad cow disease here in Australia. So they've brought back some quarantine at the airport and the seaport again. At last.
They said diversity was our strength.
Hang on.
Yeah, well, that's the same people that told them that they can have everything they want. The big feminist lie, you can do it all, baby.
You can have a career and a family.
Yeah.
And an ex-husband.
Yeah.
Oh, that you certainly get.
Did you see that comment?
Is it in StreamYard?
Yeah, it certainly is in the chat.
Yeah. Don't want to say anything like that.
Well, I have been rude enough, crude enough, and ignorant enough to say that on the alternative media here, and that message is getting through. That's why we have some journalism here, a bit like Fox News. It's not as good as it should be, but it's getting better.
Well, although Brandon should censor, he doesn't. So he'll always tell you, feel free to say what you want to say.
Okay. I'll send you another link, and you can have a look at some half reasonable news if you're interested. There we go.
Change of subject. Where are you at now, Brandon?
I'm in Friona, Texas.
Ah. I was like...
Heading to Triola.
I was sitting there looking at it, and I was about to be like, this looks familiar somehow. It looks like some really...
Oh, red light.
Hmm? Oh, the red light. I was about to say, are you going to run that?
You're a bit delayed again today, Shafus.
I'm always delayed, and I'm watching the YouTube feed and not the StreamYard feed, which is a little faster. I'm trying to keep up with both sets of comments. And
YouTube's video is behind StreamYard's for sure.
Yeah, and I like read the comments and click back and forth between the two windows, and so I'm always behind. Yeah, it's just gonna be, yeah, Shathus, You caught up with us again. Hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
we were,
thanks for the link. I'll check that out when we get out of here for sure.
Hang on, I've got another one for you yet.
Okay.
Sky News Australia. Yeah.
Did we lose Costco, Brandon?
I think so.
Okay.
Costia doesn't like to talk over people.
Yeah.
He's not, it's just English isn't his first language, so.
Well, I like to stay quiet when you two are talking because your time's limited.
Now, do you see the next one?
Yeah, Costia was on his battery. Apparently, the power is out again today.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
I've got the second one. Thank you.
Yeah, now the second one, that guy works for Sky News Australia. He also works for the Herald Sun in Melbourne. And as far as Australian media goes, he's about as close as you're going to get to somebody like Tucker Carlson on Fox News, where he has one of the best shows on Sky News Australia, but most of Sky News Australia is pretty good. It's not the most accurate and the best in the world, but I think you'll like it. You'll enjoy it. And in Australia, it's like Fox. So you can have that on the Foxtel cable TV if you live here. And that's their YouTube page. You can catch up with that on the internet. And they do an app so that you can put it in your smartphone as well and see it pretty well 24/7 on the smartphone. But there's a heap of really good people and really good shows on that. So just scroll down that main page when you've got some spare time and check out some of their shows. There's ones like The Outsiders, Andrew Bolt, Rita Panahy for a woman. She's pretty good. And you'll get a feel for a bit more of how good, bad, or indifferent the situation is here in Australia. And the other thing I could recommend would just be the newspaper, The Australian. That's a broadsheet newspaper. It's Rupert Murdoch, but it's not as bad as a lot of them are in the world. So all of
I
this
watch
crap.
Azzy Yemeni.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's cool. Now he's down in Melbourne, but if you want mainstream media, Sky News Australia or the Australian newspaper would be two that I'd recommend.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few Sky News videos that I've watched.
Yeah, well, you've got that thing at the moment now with the secret files that Biden had at home.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Miranda Devine did an interview of Biden, and she writes for the Australian newspaper, and then she also works for Sky News Australia. So you can see interviews of her on that Sky News Australia YouTube page about Sleepy Joe Biden and the secret files he had at home.
Oh, man. I have this sinking feeling that nothing is going to happen to him over that.
Mate, I have the same feeling. He is a swamp-dwelling Washington insider.
It just kills me. They went so hard against Trump about this dumb shit. Even Biden was like, how could you? I mean, just the audacity. Oh, my God. How could you have secret documents in your house? And, oh, yeah, here's another house I've got with secret documents. It's no big deal. I was just the vice president. And before that, a senator. I had no business with these files in the first place. But it's cool. I was only showing them all to Hunter. That's not a security breach. I was storing them in the same house that his permanent address was. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
but Hunter didn't have access to them. What? He didn't have access to the garage next to the Corvette? You're telling me he never drove that Corvette? Never.
It's crazy, isn't it?
If I was a
Absolutely.
crackhead and I ran out of crack and was hunting the carpet for Parmesan cheese, I would definitely have already snooped through every box in the house just to see if there was anything of value that I could sell or pawn to get some more crack.
Yep.
It
We
drives
have
me
had similar problems here where politicians have had a problem child who got into trouble with drugs. Our earlier prime minister, his daughter was a heroin addict.
Damn.
And all of the problems that go with that. So she'd been on the street and all kinds of things while she was on the heroin.
Oh, so people are asking him, who's turning out your daughter right now in the press conferences?
That was it. And he did, but what he did was similar to what you're seeing in America with this. And, he would do these interviews and talk about how wonderful his children were and my daughter and blah, blah, blah. But what he did was during this interview, he did the simp thing and he cried live in front of the cameras about, oh, my daughter. And everybody thought he was just wonderful because he could be an emotional man and cry in public because his daughter had a problem.
And every guy within 100 miles was like, oh, horse shit. Shut up. And all the women were like, oh, my God, I'm voting for him.
That's it.
He's so mature and in touch with his feelings, not like your men.
Yep. That's it. That's the one.
Yeah, he needed somebody like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro to refute that right at the moment. I know his voice is awful and some people don't like him, but he's really good at tearing people down.
It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, it's true.
Men don't vote.
Men don't vote.
Oh, we do, but just not enough. There's more women, not enough men. You get some men who don't vote, and then that causes the problem.
Yeah, women get told that they've only been able to vote for a few decades, so it's a a huge thing. They've been told their whole life you gotta vote because your ancestors didn't have the right. So you got to vote. And men are like, man, we've been voting since ancient Greece. Ain't nothing changed.
Yeah. Absolute joke, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where you can have the biggest turnout in an election ever, the most votes ever, and somehow the guy that lived in the basement won, who didn't have any kind of campaign at all. He didn't go anywhere. Yeah. He stayed in his basement. He didn't debate. Did he debate? Was there a debate? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah, we've had the same sort of problems where an election gets rigged, but the really big one we've had here is it's not so much that the election gets rigged, it's what you've just been talking about as well, where the politician tells a really clever lie and then a majority of female voters are stupid enough to vote for it, and that causes the trouble.
Well, they just had to repeat that Trump was a misogynist, racist devil enough times to convince them. Of course, it didn't take anything to convince him because in his own words, his whole grab him by the pussy comment really drove it home for him on its own.
Sure did.
They didn't have to do anything but repeat that shit.
Absolutely. That's how I got cut off. So I used to be on Twitter and I was retweeting Trump's tweets. So that's how I got canceled.
Ah, yeah. You Trumpian. You damn racist bigot.
Absolutely. You know what I did that was even worse?
Other than being a
I
man.
had. I used to wear a red and white marga cap with "Make Australia Great Again" on it.
Oh, that's
Plus, I would wear a T-shirt which was supporting a racist party. And the other one I had was a T-shirt with the Aussie flag on it, and it had 4 simple words on it: love it or leave.
Oh no. Trump said that to some people, and oh man, they got bent out of shape. And it's like, no,
Yeah.
seriously, if you don't like this shit, go somewhere else. Fuck.
Yeah, well, you know these Antifa rallies and things you have with all of these loony nut jobs marching in the street and carrying on, and they lay down on the ground. And do you know about the super glue?
Didn't somebody super glue themselves to something?
Well, what they do here is it's like a little child throwing a tantrum. They put a heap of super glue on their back so their shirt is dripping wet with super glue. Then they throw themselves down on the road, lie on the road with the super glue, so they're stuck to the road for a protest. That's been happening in Sydney and Melbourne at these marches and rallies.
You know, it seems to me the proper response to that is to grab them by both hands and just peel them off the concrete. You know, hell or high water, and this is what you brought up on yourself. You know, we got to get you out of the road, so rip. Let's go.
That's what I would have.
No, hose them down with acetone and then peel them up.
Ooh, acetone. Oh.
Well, you got to soften the glue up, right?
Yeah.
That's horrible. Oh, it's awful. It's great, brilliant. Run with it.
Yep. Now,
bring in a tanker of acetone and just spray them down like a water cannon, and then just pick them up.
Yeah. Now this crazy old man who likes to upset people, I went to a number of times rallies like that in the central business area of Brisbane, and I'm wearing the Love It or Leave T-shirt or the Vote for Trump T-shirt. We've got a female politician here called Pauline Hanson. She's the racist. So I'd be wearing either that or the Love It or Leave T-shirt, plus the Make Australia Great Again cap, and I'd get right up in their face and tell them, yeah, I'm a racist, I'm a misogynist, and dance a little jig.
It takes all
They'd go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, it takes all the power out of their attack if you just agree with them. You're a racist. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a racist, and I'm proud of it. I grabbed my wife right on the. Go make me a sandwich, woman.
Go make me a sandwich. I don't think I'm better than you, but go make me a sandwich.
That's it. Now, just for fun, I sent you 2 more links. Now, these are from magazines. One is Quadrant Australia and then Spectator Australia. And all that's online as well. So if you look up Spectator Australia, Quadrant Australia, Sky News Australia, and then the other one would be maybe the online versions of the Australian. That'd be the only thing I would suggest to you in way of mainstream media where you might get some more accurate info. Of course, if you really, really, really want the bad news, I'll show you another one. Now, where are we? There we go. That one. Come on, hurry up. There we go. There we go. Won't be long.
He ain't got
no.
666.
Now, see that one? news.com.au/lifestyle.
Killer
Now that
bacteria spreading in Australia.
Now that is Rupert Murdoch, and that's like a LinkedIn sort of page. So all of the Rupert Murdoch media all over Australia is on that page. Lots from the Australian newspapers like the Australian or the Herald Sun, but there's a hell of a lot of stuff on the news.com.au from the journos working for those businesses who are left-wing. So you'll find heaps of crap that's about relationships and dating advice and feminism and the LGBT, and you got to have gay marriage. Anything that's bad news, you'll find it on that link. Go to that link any day of the week, and you'll see some of the worst news in the world where you might want to run a critique. And that's what Better Bachelor does. He will often go to news, lifestyle, and relationships. And there's a journo out here, female, who's always giving bad dating advice. Oh, I went out last night and the bastard dumped me. That kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
All the time on that bottom link. Yeah, I'll remember her name next week. But
I'm
if
21
you watch,
and my daughter's 15.
yeah, all of the worst stuff you want to see about loony left-wing nut jobs and feminazis, it's all there on that lifestyle page. Yeah. So you get the bad news at that one on the bottom and some of the better quality news on the ones above that.
Oh, here's some bad news. Total change of subject. They're remaking A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, no.
You're kidding.
Nope. They've got a video on it on YouTube. I haven't watched it, but it's the thumbnail is somebody I don't recognize dressed up in the Freddy Burns and stuff, and he's got the claw and the hat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
so Aeonic Mutant is the one that did the video.
I'll show you one of my favorite movies in a minute. I'll get another link up for you.
My favorite movie is
Another one they're redoing that I'm absolutely appalled is Willow.
oh God, they made it into a TV show.
Oh,
It's awful. It's just awful.
that was a perfect fucking movie.
Helgafell. That witch in that movie was epic.
Yes.
And the fight with Mad Mardigan and that big fat knight was awesome too. Mad Mardigan and his fight.
Not a woman! Not a woman!
One of my favorite things to do to say to children is
Out of the way, Peck."
Peck. Out of the way, Peck. Hilarious.
Now, do you see that new link at the bottom there to Wikipedia for the movie?
Yeah. Can I say it out loud?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wolf Creek.
Wolf Creek.
That's the one. Now, that's me.
You're in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy who's the star of that show, in early 1980s, he made a movie and a TV series about Ned Kelly, and he had the long beard on, like Ned Kelly, the Bush Ranger.
Yeah.
And that was when I was in my early 20s, and I had a full beard, and I could have been his identical twin brother. I could have been his stunt double.
Isaac Butterfield did a video about those guys, with the armor.
And Ned Kelly is pretty much Australia's Jesse James.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they
So
had like
that's
this bulletproof suit or some shit.
Yeah. Now that's the actor who plays in Wolf Creek.
Oh.
But the other thing about Wolf Creek and that actor and that sort of thing generally, a little bit different to Crocodile. He's more like the real Crocodile Dundee, and I am too. So I went out in northwest Queensland on the ranch, rounding up sheep and cattle and cracking the whip. So, yeah, going out bush with some guns, hunting pigs. Yeah,
You
stuff
know,
like that. What was completely normal when I was a young man to go out west, weekend away with the boys. Yeah, you'd have your 45-70 or 30-30, etc., hunting pigs.
yeah,
I have done that in real life.
damn.
So if you ever come down under, I'll wear that uniform, and we might make a new movie, eh?
Hey.
Creek.
Have you ever had to tell somebody, "Hey, that's not a knife"?
Yeah, I very nearly had that conversation last night with some problem children around here.
Oh yeah. Did they have scooters and fanny packs on? Who are
Yep.
those people that Butterfield talked about? It's like a oh shit, SA bro, or something like that.
Yeah, well, what we get here,
Ishay.
yeah, what we get here is they're on a good old-fashioned bicycle. Like in America where you see these kids, and it's a kid in primary school, and he's pedaling around the place on a good old-fashioned bicycle or a BMX bike around the suburbs, and he's dealing the drugs and collecting the money for the adults.
Oh.
It's the same here. You get these younger people getting around the suburbs in the middle of the night on a bike, and they're doing the deliveries and the pickups. But then some of them are 20 and 30 something, and they're whacked out on ice. And it's like the crack cocaine and the crystal meth. So they get pretty aggro on that, and they've usually got a knife. And some of them have got guns. So despite the so-called gun laws, they got guns, but we ain't.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact,
it's all a bid to disarm you and put you in fear and make you dependent upon the government.
Absolutely. Do you know much about the thing in Tasmania?
I'm just going to reveal how racist I am against New Zealanders. I was gonna say the only thing I know about Tasmania is the devil, and everybody would be like wah wah wah.
Well, I'll try a little joke for you, mate. You know how in America you have some hillbillies?
Yeah.
And people like to tell jokes about that?
Oh yeah.
Well, in Australia, instead of being up north, they're down south in Tasmania with the Tasmanian devils.
Ah.
Now, what would you say is foreplay with your missus if you're Tasmanian? You just wake up, rub a shoulder in the middle of the night, give her a bit of a shake. Are you awake, Mom? That's Tasmanian foreplay.
That's hilarious. My accent probably doesn't give it away to you, but I am a hillbilly myself. I grew up in the hills and the forest and shooting squirrels, but I wasn't a redneck. I was a liberal at the time. I was a city boy that had been moved to the forest, and I did not mix with any of the people around here because they were traditional conservatives. They were all religious. The first thing people would ask me is, "What church do you go to?" And I would reply with, "I'm an atheist." And they would be like, "Ugh." So it automatically, I just rubbed them all the wrong way. And only later in life have I realized the error of my ways, moved to a more conservative slant, and now I get along with everybody around here. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Now, the way it was in Australia is you would get jokes like that, but we didn't actually have any real hillbillies much. Most of the people out in the bush, They were good, decent, honest, sensible, intelligent people, and they weren't having sex with their sisters. They were just good people.
Yeah.
But they got that slurs and slanders thrown at them. But I never met any bad people out west. They were all great. So we are good at jerking your chain and pulling your leg and telling jokes about each other, but it really is a joke, and it's not true.
Yeah. My dad used to tell this joke that he grew up in the deep South, like deep, deep, deep South, and
Yeah,
he talk about how his aunt and his mother set him up on a date with his second cousin,
yeah,
and he didn't know that she was his second cousin. They didn't tell him that, but they knew,
yeah,
and they thought that was perfectly normal.
yeah. Well, to be completely honest with you, a second cousin, that's sort of okay, really. The problem you get is when it's a first cousin.
Sure,
And
sure, but I
that,
mean, this was such a tight family that the
yeah,
second cousins were coming to Sunday lunch after church.
yeah,
Everybody knew everybody, so it was like, hey,
yeah,
he's at the family gathering on Sunday, and his aunt's like, hey, I want to introduce you to this girl. I think y'all would get along really great. And he's like, oh, so he goes out with her, and then finds out that they're second cousins, and he was like, wait a minute, whoa.
yeah. Well, Australia used to be like that. We had tight-knit communities, and people as close as a second or a third cousin might get married. But it's in the Bible. You don't do a first cousin or any closer than that.
Yeah,
Plus,
because
people would travel around a bit. So this sort of hillbilly inbreeding stuff didn't really occur. But after World War II, we started bringing in migrants. And some of the migrants we brought in, they were just fine to beat the visa system by marrying cousins and sisters and brothers. So we now have heaps and heaps and heaps of babies with two heads all the time. And that is sort of used as an excuse to bring back the abortion laws. And all of that happened because they imported migrants who were inbreeding. And again, I probably can't mention where it is, but Pakistani Muslim, in their culture for thousands and thousands of years, almost all of the Middle Eastern Muslims, they're into inbreeding and marrying cousins.
which is crazy because how many thousands of years did it take of inbreeding before they actually wrote down, hey, don't inbreed.
Here we call that the royal family.
Right. Bunch of
Yep,
hemophiliac
yep,
having babies with no assholes and shit. Fucking crazy.
yeah.
Madness.
Well, we cleaned all of that up last century, and sort of from the beginning of Australia, way back in the 1788, through until about just after World War II, no problems. Everything was good. Everything was fine. But then in the mid 70s, we started with the multiculturalism, and we brought in a heap of these migrants who were inbreeding. Then at the same time, we brought in the feminism. So we started getting the women who don't want to have the baby until they're past 30, and they're having a baby with two heads because they're on the wrong side of 30. Or they're having a baby with two heads because they've been smoking, drinking, doing drugs. And so they're producing babies with fetal alcohol, fetal tobacco, two heads because they've been on crack, cocaine, or crystal meth, and they poison the baby that way.
Yeah, born with no liver, born with the organs external from the body, born with no
Yeah.
eyes or face.
Yeah. So
It's
in
absolutely
states
awful.
here where I am right now in Queensland, they've brought back these really tough abortion laws where there's absolutely no limit. The baby can actually be born and then they'll kill it afterwards because it's got two heads. So on the one hand, you've got the traditional conservatives who don't want to do that because it's wrong in theory. In practice, the loony lefties and the feminists are sort of right and justified because we've just been deluged with babies that have got two heads, and they made it happen.
Yeah.
Ugh. I'm going to have to get myself a nice cup of tea.
Yeah.
Do you think I should have a beer or some tea?
Breakfast beer. Well, I
Yeah.
don't think it's morning where you're at.
Sorry?
It's morning here, so it can't be morning there, right?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
It's 1:15 in the morning.
Oh, way early in the okay, that's cool. It's like 9 here, so
He's from the future.
1:15. We're about from here on the East Coast, we're about 17 hours roughly ahead of Midwestern time in America.
He's coming from the future, Shafus.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm more than half a day ahead.
I'm gonna totally need those
Lotto numbers.
lotto numbers. Yes. As soon as it comes out, send me those numbers.
Well, you can play the lottery online now. Here in Australia, you get on the net and you can play the American lottery, and you over there can get on the net and play the Australian lottery if you want to.
That's crazy. Because
Yeah,
in some states, the lottery money goes straight to scholarships and educational funds. So people I know are being financed to go to college by Australians gambling in America. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, again, cultural Marxism on the left, they wanted to create poverty for us by getting us to gamble our money.
Right.
So, guys like yourself in good blue collar trades, you get a big thing here in Australia where you might be a truck driver and you're earning $200,000-300,000 a year, but you end up with nothing because you're spending it all the time on alcohol and strippers, and you come back from being out in the bush after 10 years and you got no money at all, none, because you blew it all.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Give me 30 seconds and I'm going to get me tea. Have a chat amongst yourselves.
What's your weather like today, Shafus? Down in the Carolinas? You got some sunshine?
It's cold.
Oh, it's cold, eh?
No. I'm actually a little west of the Carolinas, but I don't correct anybody because I don't want to dox myself. But it's freezing out here. I got up this morning. There's ice all over the windows of the car. I had to scrape the damn window before I could take the trash out. It was terrible.
But you don't have no snow on the ground, though, right?
No, just rain. It's just rain, and everything's wet and slushy.
Then got cold. I see.
Yeah, and it's supposed to get colder and icier tomorrow as this big ass cold front passes through the southeast and parts north. Yeah, it's supposed to be a winter storm. They've already let out all the schools in anticipation for it.
You pussies.
Wait, we close the schools down for rain around here. Not just snow. If it snows one flake, everything's closed. But if it rains, if it rains too much, some of the roads get washed out. So
soft times create soft men.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, if you ever seen the cartoon strip Snuffy Smith, where they're like edging themselves along a cliff facing to get to the general store, that's the kind of terrain we got around here. So
I see.
So when it rains too much, some of the major roads get washed out, and a lot of kids can't make it to town. So it's just like, well, we can't make them all go. We can't make any of them go. Shut it down.
It was 6 degrees Fahrenheit here last night.
Oh damn. Where are you? Where roughly are you?
Ontario, Canada.
Oh, right on. 6 degrees. God. Okay, so yeah, it's not that cold here, but it is chilly. 6 degrees. Jesus. You got city water? I don't guess you're doing what I'm asking.
No, I'm on a well and
Oh,
septic. I'm about 2.5 hours from civilization.
yeah, we had a pipe freeze last winter, and it burst under the house, and we had to
You
have.
got crawl space or a basement.
We've got a very, very shallow crawl space that everybody hates to get into. And so it's really hard to get somebody up here. And when they do, they usually bring somebody new that's never been under there before. And then when they come out, they go, I ain't never going back under there again.
So someone new and skinny.
Yeah, new. The 17-year-old that just hired on. And they're
Right.
like, get down in there, boy.
With all them spiders and rats and
Oh man, we've got yeah. Well, we don't have rats, but we've got field mice and gophers, and the spiders are ridiculous. Snakes. And if you don't watch it, you might end up face to face with a fox or a bigger groundhog or a raccoon. You don't want to get into a crawl space with a raccoon.
trash panda.
Trash panda, yeah. Yeah, I opened the mailbox one day and the raccoon was in there.
Fun fact, Toronto, Canada is like the raccoon population capital of the world.
That's crazy because they're everywhere here. But we've been getting armadillos slowly leaking up from Florida. And there's no natural predators around here for armadillos, so they're every goddamn where. And they make a god awful mess when you hit one on the road. Sorry. Country problems. Country.
I've never seen a live one.
They do this really cool thing where when they sense danger, they'll leap up into the air. So when you hit them with a car, you usually hit them with your windshield or your grill, not the bumper or the tire, because they'll jump up right before the car hits them, and then they'll splatter all over the car.
Now I'll put another link in there for you down the bottom. That's what we get around here is a possum.
Oh man, yeah. We used to have possums around here, but I haven't seen one in a long time.
Now that's what we get. You get those squirrels in the trees in America.
Oh yeah.
What we get is that possum. He's up in the trees, just like the squirrel, only he's the same sort of size as
the small dog.
He'd be like the what was he? Raccoons.
Yeah.
So he's up in the tree like the squirrels, but he's big like the raccoon, and he's got really sharp claws, tear you to shreds.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Because when they're up in the tree, they got to fight off carpet snakes. They got to fight with each other, and they're up in the trees so that they can eat fruit and nuts and so on. And the other thing that they eat while they're up there is the eggs and the chicks of any birds they find.
Hamsters in the chat.
Hamster? Ginger hamster? Really?
He says possums are cool. They're friendly, but lots of teeth.
No. What happens with the possum is it's a wild animal. So if you're a bit like the horse whisperer or the dog whisperer or you're friendly, then you could get to the point that they will come up onto your back patio and you'd be able to feed them and get really close to them that way and almost close enough to hand feed them. But it's a bit like cats and dogs. It might just bloody bite your finger or your hand that's feeding it if you get a bit too close.
And then you get rabies.
Fun fact.
Rabies. And
Fun
you got
fact
rabies.
about a possum: it eats its weight in ticks per day.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
They single-handedly keep the tick population at bay.
Yep. And the other thing with the possums in Australia like that, if you're in a city like Brisbane and you got fruit trees like mangoes and things in the backyard, which was a typical thing in Brisbane, always was a big country town. So when I grew up in Brisbane, it wasn't very big. Everybody knew everybody. And these possums could be reasonably friendly, but if your pet cat or your pet dog goes anywhere near it, it'll beat the hell out of it, tear it to shreds. They're real mean little critters. Really, really mean.
Nasty.
And, nasty. Yeah, and I was living in a place in a city last time I was homeless after the third divorce. And these things would just be attacking you in the kitchen because they'd sneak down the hallway and get into the kitchen to grab the rubbish from the rubbish bin.
That's crazy. We used to chase raccoons out of the trash and stuff.
Yeah, well, these guys would be in the trash cans in the backyard. Then they'd get into the hallway and come down the hallway, and you'd be halfway down the hallway, tired at 2 a.m. in the morning, going to the dunny to have a leak, and here's one of these bastards rearing up on his hind legs like a kangaroo, going to scratch the hell out of you because he's been going into the kitchen to get some food. But yeah, if you've got a dog that's small, they'll tear it to pieces. No problem at all. Because the carpet snakes, that they have to fight off, so they get pretty good at fighting.
Yeah, my dogs come home every day with fresh wounds from battles that they have.
The thing with the possum is it doesn't really run away from everything. It just kind of moseys. So the little dog or whatever goes after it. He just fucking hangs out and says, "Don't come in my space."
That's it.
You know?
That's it. And one of the typical things you get here is you can have a hell of a bitch fight up on the roof because the possums are crawling across your roof to get from a tree in the backyard to the front yard, and it becomes part of their territory. So you get this click, 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 click noise on the tin roof from their claws on the roof, and then you get these huge fights because possum A meets possum B. And they make a hell of a lot of noise in the backyard. That'll wake you up, just the noise from these fighting possums. But similar to America, if you go back to the 1960s when I was a little boy and the 1970s in suburban Brisbane and around southeast Queensland, you had guns. So we used to shoot them with the 22 or with the air rifle. But you can't do that now. No. Yeah, I can remember going out in the backyard with a mate hunting possums once and fruit bats. And this air rifle that my friend had was so bad that when you were looking through the light in the searchlight that we had attached to it, you could literally see this air rifle pellet going up through the air, hitting this bloody possum on the stomach, and it just bounced off. And then the possum just sort of scratched his belly. His old air rifle he mate had was worn out.
Yeah, we'd go through the woods, scouring the woods for anything we could hit with a 20 gauge. Usually it was squirrels, but if I had come across a possum, I would have blown him away. They're just really good at hiding. They don't hang up in the trees like you were describing here. I guess the trees don't have strong enough limbs for them to chill up in there, but they're always ground dwelling around here.
Right.
But I haven't seen a possum in, geez, probably 25 years. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen, and the tick population out here is ridiculous.
Out of control. Yeah. They're elusive creatures anyway, right? You don't usually see them too often.
Because in America, you can get, is it Lyme disease from the ticks?
Yep. The Rocky Mountain fever.
Right.
Yep. Yep. They ride on the deer and they travel, man.
Hemi is
What
also
we
in
get-
the chat.
What we get here, I don't think we've got Lyme disease, but one thing you can get with the ticks is we have a paralysis tick.
That
So if
happened
you
to my
get-
dog. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's a heap of them here, and it'll get onto your dog or your cat or yourself. And
Yeah.
the poison builds up slowly and it runs up your spine. So your legs become
Yeah.
paralyzed.
Yeah.
And then it's your hips. And then eventually it gets up to your neck, and then all your organs cut out and you die.
Yeah. We came out in the yard one day, and the dog, one of my dogs, her back legs wouldn't move. She couldn't get up. She tried and tried and tried, but she just dragged herself. So we took her to the vet.
That's it.
The vet pulled a couple of ticks off of her and gave her a shot. And after about a week, she was walking again.
Yep, that's
It
it.
was scary.
Paralysis tick. They're
Yeah.
native here. We get the big fat blue ticks, and they just suck your blood. They don't poison you. What
Yeah,
you can
ours
get
are-
with them, if you're a cow, is they have a thing called tick fever. And
Yeah.
all it is that there's so many of these ticks on the cow drinking so much blood that it cannot eat enough grass and process the grass to stay alive. And it starves to death even though it's got plenty of food and water because the ticks are just drinking too much blood.
Did you know that a chinchilla's fur is so thick that a tick would asphyxiate trying to get to its skin?
Wow. That'd be why they're such good fur.
Yeah. Yeah. Chinchilla fur is super, super. There's like one or two hairs per follicle on a human, and there's 300 hairs per follicle on a chinchilla.
We got nothing like that here. Unless, of course, I was to drop me dax, I got a fair bit of hair on me bloody ass.
The ticks asphyxiate on your ass.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
You got
what
rabbit.
happens? You know what
You got
happens
rabbit.
when you get older and you start going bald? What happens is the hair that you used to have on your head, it doesn't actually go away. It goes inside and it just comes out through your nose and your ears and your ass, and you got all the hair there.
I was just thinking it was like ducks flying south of the winter, as the hairs slowly migrate from their head to your back to your ass.
Yep.
Oh man.
Unless, of course, you're a sick bastard like me and you like having hair pie for breakfast.
And then you got them in your teeth, the back of your throat.
Yeah, that's it. Bit of fur ball. I used to have a huge problem with that when I was a young fella. You get a really thick, gravelly voice because you got all this fur down your throat. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, we always call that fur burger or hair pie. That was always my favorite breakfast.
Michael Douglas will tell you that leads to throat cancer.
Damn.
Certainly does. Certainly does.
You can
It
also
can
get
do.
HPV.
That's it. Having said all of that, it's the same as everything else that young fellas like Undead Chronic talk about. If you are going anywhere near a female who's got something, you'll catch it. But if you're going near a female and she's clean because she's healthy and she doesn't have a high body count, well, you can get intimate and you won't catch anything. That's the thing. So you could be having some hair pie with a woman who doesn't have a high body count, and then you won't get the cancer.
You could win the lottery too.
That's true, my friend. It's
Yes, but everything went well, but the next day she feels like you took advantage of her, and now your life's ruined.
that happened to a guy. I met him last century in one of the men's groups, and he was with his wife, and he sort of wondered whether something wasn't quite right, and he sort of halfway knew that she might be cheating on him, and she deliberately gave him a dose, came home knowing she had something, and gave it to him knowing that he was going to catch it. And that's what it was, the old the itchy scratchy.
Yeah. I read an article back when back early 2005-ish. This woman was at college and discovered that she had been given AIDS by a man who didn't tell her he had AIDS. So she decided to take her revenge by sleeping with like 600 other guys and trying to give them all AIDS, and was exposed right as she was like in the hospital on her deathbed. She gave it up and talked about it.
Yeah. Oh, little detail. That story I was just telling you about the Sheila gave him a dose. I went to high school with that girl, and she was the cheerleader. She was beautiful. Absolutely a 10 out of 10. No worries at all. But she turned out to be not real nice. Not real nice at all. Last kind of thing you want to be married to is that.
Ugh.
Sometimes beautiful people are the most ugly people.
Correct. Ugly on the inside. I remember there was another one like her at school, and she was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But she would get together with these blokes that were absolute trash, and I think it was just, the old story goes, wanted to upset her bloody parents. Say, up yours, mum and dad, check out this guy. I just brought home a biker. My little sister did that, actually. She was going out with dating this guy once, and brought him home to have a barbie in the backyard with mum and dad. And there he is with his Honda 754, big chain over his shoulder. And I think my little sister just wanted to get in mum's face. That was the only reason why she did it, was to embarrass mum. It's very sad.
Yeah. A lot of the girls around here will do that, bring home a black guy or something. Their parents are really, 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 white trash conservative kind of people,
or racist.
Shit. Yeah.
Because let's face it, you're mischaracterizing conservatives when you say shit like that.
My bad.
The Democratic Party was the party that supported the KKK. The Democratic Party was the party that supported the slavery. The Democratic Party was the party that opposed affirmative action and equal opportunity. The conservatives have always been on the side of treating every man as an equal. And I just absolutely fucking hate it when people spout out the propaganda of the left as its truth, when it's the exact opposite.
Correct.
The Republicans were the abolitionists. The Republicans passed the fucking affirmative action bills. All of that stuff came from the Republicans. Yet we get tarred and feathered as being conservative, racist, bullshit. That's the opposite. It's a fucking lie. I don't have a fucking racist bone in my body, and I'm conservative as hell.
Perhaps I misspoke.
Yes, you did.
But around here, everybody's conservative. Around here, everybody's poor. Around here, everybody's racist. The white
Okay.
people, the black people, everybody.
Yeah.
I know it's different. I mean, in the whole conservative movement, the political party of the Republicans, yes, everything you said was absolutely true. But down here, where there are poor conservative families, still, most of them happen to be racist as well. And it's just one of those, you're not bringing a black man to my house. One of those things. And like I said,
Yeah.
I grew up liberal. I'm a fiscal conservative, but socially mostly liberal. And I spent a good deal of time thinking I was a socialist for a while, but then realized I was actually red pilled and everything changed for me. It was women that did it. But yeah, I didn't mean to upset you, sir. I'm not. I
No,
wasn't
no,
trying to
it's
indicate-
all right. Because I'm of an opinion that the racial divide that we have in this country, in the United States, is primarily artificial.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
the same.
it's
It's exactly
it's
the same here in Australia. So what our friend was saying is sort of true in that there was no real racism, and this is what I saw. So that young lady I was talking about was in school with, and she would get together with local dark gentlemen, and she was doing it to be rude and crude to mum and dad, but they weren't really racist. They were just, ugh, is that guy right for you? And the young woman, because this was coming up in the 70s, was being anti-racist and assuming automatically that her parents were racist. And a limited number of them were, but most of them weren't. And I saw that in my own family. So my sister went out with this guy, but he wasn't black or a different race. He was a white guy. It's just that he was a rough, tough biker riding a motorbike and being in a gang. So she was coming at my mum and dad that way.
Yep. Well, what I heard was a Democratic talking point that I just absolutely couldn't. I had to say something.
Yeah, well,
Because I'm really a libertarian. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. But
Yeah, and don't get me wrong.
but I don't
Don't get me wrong.
I don't like hearing the Democrats say that shit over and over and over again till everybody believes it.
Yeah, well, that's how the system works. Just repeat the big lie until it becomes the truth.
Yep. That's why.
So that was my red pill personally. Was about earlier this century. I realised that it wasn't just one or two lies here there. The aha moment came when I realised 100% of all of it is lies. There's literally no truth at all.
it was Trump.
Exactly.
For me. It was Trump. It was the way they went after him with such vitriol and hate, and nothing they had came with any physical evidence. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, I don't even like Trump, but you can't treat people like that. He's not guilty of anything you're putting him through, you know? He doesn't deserve what has happened to him, even if I don't like the guy.
Yeah. Well, what I did was, when I was on Twitter, I would retweet one of Donald Trump's tweets, and then I would put all of the hashtags on it that are left-wing in Australia, and I would put it out on a Monday afternoon when there was a really popular Aussie left-wing TV show on, and a lot of Aussie left-wingers would be on Twitter, and then I would say something on his tweet like, Donald Trump, the God Emperor, has spoken. They'd go crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, we used to do the whole Trump forever, 2024, 2028, 2030.
Yeah, yeah.
Forever.
So
Yeah.
that's how I got banned from Twitter.
Oh, I never joined Twitter. I knew that was no place for me from the beginning.
By the way, it's now 1:15 to 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm bathed in sweat because we're now hot summer, and it must be about 32, 33 degrees Celsius and humid.
Damn, that's what it's like around here in the summertime. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, we only got two types of weather, hot and goddamn it's hot.
Yeah. Our saying was, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute. Because the weather around here is volatile. One day it's cold, the next day it's sunny, the next day it's storming.
All right. Now, if you want to get that in Australia, and there was a song written about it called 4 Seasons in One Day. So you could look up 4 Seasons in One Day on YouTube, and that was written about Melbourne. That's what you can literally have in Melbourne because in summer, the heat in Melbourne comes from inland, and that wind is blowing south through Melbourne off the hot, dry desert. But the wind can flick around and come up from the south. So it'll be hot, cold in one day. It can be dry, wet, and that's what Melbourne's like. So go down there to Marxist Melbourne, catch up with the metrosexuals, and you'll see 4 seasons in one day, weather like that. But where I am, the weather isn't like that. We hardly get any seasons at all. It's like much further south in America where it's hot most of the time, and it might be hot and dry or it might be hot and wet. That's the only real difference. But really where I am, because I'm on the coast, it's a lot more mild. So we don't have a real cold winter or a real hot summer. And a little bit further inland, towns like Ipswich, a bit west of Brisbane, it'll be hotter in summer and colder in winter than it is here where I am by a few degrees. Because I live near a place called Moreton Bay.
I thought for a second you were going to say Porpoise Spit.
Oh, that's a bit further south. Hang on.
Well, there's a famous movie from the 80s of Porpoise Spit.
All right.
You remember that?
Are you the
We
same
used to-
guy that I was talking to the other night on this stream? The guy with
Yeah.
the Australian accent? I don't want to say, you said you were a Kiwi, and if you weren't that same guy, I don't want to offend you.
Oh, I
You're
was
like, I don't
talking about it. We were talking about a Kiwi because we were talking about getting together some Australians and some Kiwis.
It was probably
So-
Frank.
I had made the mistake of calling you British, and you told me you were a Kiwi instead. Was that you?
That was Frank.
Frank, you're not Frank.
Yeah,
Me?
No, this
Okay,
is
I'm totally
this-
lost. I'm sorry.
This is
channel
Grumpy.
1-800 dumb.
Oh, wow, man. Good to hear your voice. I've seen you heaps of times on the chat. Say good day to Grumpy. Yeah, I'm
You're Grumpy.
Yeah, I'm Grumpy. And I'm
Yeah.
also British, even though I'm Australian. So
Oh,
I was born here, and my mother was 4th generation Aussie farming girl, but my dad was British and came out after World War II in 1950.
huh,
So I'm sort of British and sort of Aussie.
that's cool.
I went to visit Australia once, and when I was going through customs, the guy asked me if I had a criminal record. I told him I didn't think that was a requirement to get in anymore. So,
Yeah. Oh, it sort of almost
Or it
is
was a
now.
requirement.
It sort of almost is now, in that when it comes to the migration system, they have been avoiding good, decent people who don't have a criminal record like the plague, and then importing all kinds of scum who do have a criminal record. I met this guy on the beach a few days ago, and he was Eastern European organised crime, absolutely there to deal drugs, only just got into the country like weeks ago because he's a poor migrant from Ukraine from the war. Fair income, it's sickening. And here he is on the beach dealing drugs. Probably, if I asked him nicely, I could have made arrangements to buy an AK-47 rocket-propelled grenades, just about anything. Yep. You'd be amazed how many stories I've come across of good, decent people coming from somewhere like America or Canada, and they got knocked back because they're white, because they're not a crim. And instead, we take all kinds of multicultural crims from all over the planet who have been destroying the place. But the average person is beginning to wake up to some of these problems and fight back a bit. So there is, just as you have the Tea Party and the MAGA in America, we've got similar movements happening here.
It's too late.
It is too late in terms of the whole country, but I agree completely with TFM, as I've said before, purely because it is possible to have a no-go zone. So my aim, my plan B, would be to move to a state that is a bit more like, politicians a bit more like Ron DeSantis. So in that state, it'll be not as bad as it is elsewhere in Australia. And that, personally, I think, is the last hope that we all have. So if I was in America, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be migrating to one of the states where things ain't so bad as far as the taxes and the laws go, and you can have a better life there than you would in California. Sound reasonable?
well, a lot of us are into the homestead movement for just that reason.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the creep, there's a creep going on. They go and they ruin a place, and then they move to a new place that's working well, and they overwhelm the indigenous population, and all of a sudden the problems from where they were are now the problems of where they've come. And you started seeing that with what happened on the West Coast. The cancer spread out of California, took over Washington and Oregon, spread out to Colorado, and they've all turned deep blue nutsoids.
Yep.
Now they're failing. Who'd have figured? And
Absolutely.
what's happening? They're moving to Texas. They're moving to Florida.
And bringing the problem with them.
Bringing their problems and their wrongthink with them.
Correct. Now, that's what happened to Queensland. So I'm in a place called Queensland, and it was wonderful up until the 1970s. And then these Mexicans from down south came up, and over the last 2 decades, through the 80s and the 90s in Queensland, we began to become like California because all of the imported wrongthink coming from the other states. But ironically, it was exactly the same reason. It was taxation. So the taxes and opportunities were a bit better. So a heap of these migrants from other parts of Australia came and then voted to cause the same problems they were running away from. But where I see some hope for the future is that no-go zone. So live in a country town where you've got a good church. And there's places in Australia that are so empty. You can move to this country town, move to this little regional city, and if you brought a few hundred or a few thousand people with you, you could take it over and take it over positively and bring in local government politicians who are good. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I've been to Australia 6 times in the Navy, and we always would go to Perth and Hobart. And I absolutely loved Hobart, Tasmania. That was my
Yep.
favorite part of Australia. I
Yeah,
almost took
Hobart.
a job. I almost took a job in Hobart at the catamaran factory.
Right. Okay. Now, what Tasmania has going for it is
Isolation.
isolation, but get this, because the weather is a bit milder, the communist Chinese who've been migrating to Australia have begun to move into Hobart.
Oh no.
Yep. So if you were to go to Hobart now and go to a real estate agent, you would see the average price of a house in Hobart has gone way up. And with a farming country in Tasmania, every single dairy farm in Tasmania has been bought by the Chinese. And the milk and the dairy product is loaded up onto planes and sent home to China so they can have good quality dairy products and milk powder and so on. Cheese. So they've been moving in. But there's other parts of Australia that are still nice, and I think we could have a no-go zone and the Chinese aren't moving in. That's my view on it. So I'd want to be in a good church, maybe Seventh-day Adventist church, Brethren, something like that, and set up a no-go zone. Because the one thing we have in our constitution that would help us that way is that the religious freedom is absolutely guaranteed. And oddly enough, it's because they want to boost up the Buddhism and the Islam that if you are trying to set up a nice country town and fill it with Christians, they can't stop you because they've gone over the top so much with the other religions that they can't get away with persecuting Christians in court here. So when it gets to the federal court, the Supreme Court, the High Court, you'll be able to protect yourself and set up a no-go zone. And there's so much acreage out there that it's doable.
The last 2 years have taught me anything that in the Commonwealth, your charters, your constitutions, whatever, aren't worth the paper they're written on.
Correct. However, it's all about the lawyer. So what I have found here in Australia with our legal system, exactly as you describe, if you or I have a problem, we get done like a dinner. But if you are not poor, if you can pull $500,000 out of your pocket, you can rent the best lawyers there are in Australia. And when it gets into the High Court, 99.99% of the time, you win, the government loses, and you can set up your safe space, set up a no-go zone.
You've still got faith in your judiciary. My faith in my judiciary is long gone. Sorry.
It's the same here. We've got a lot of hacks, but we also here in Australia have had a similar thing to Donald Trump in that the previous government stacked our High Court while they had the choice with some guys who are reasonably conservative. So right now, this minute, the High Court of Australia is not too bad. Same as the Supreme Court in America ain't too bad right now.
I wouldn't agree with that. You know, the way that they wouldn't even hear any testimony about irregularities in the latest or in the previous presidential election. They wouldn't even hear any court cases in the Supreme Court about that.
Yep.
At least Al Gore with his hanging chads, at least he got to have that fight out in the court. Here,
Yeah.
the fix was in so heavy, and all the money was backing Trump or backing Biden, that Trump, as a billionaire, couldn't even buy his way to justice. Because let's face it, there's a two-tier justice system in the West. If you just like you were describing, if you've got money, you can get the judicial outcome you want.
Correct.
But as a billionaire,
That's what
Trump
Andrew
couldn't
Tate
even.
said. Sorry.
Well, Andrew Tate is going up against people that have more money than he is, and he's losing. So he's correct.
Yeah.
But he's,
Absolutely true. Andrew Tate has been a very naughty boy, so they are going to come down on him like a ton of bricks, whether he's been a naughty boy or not. They think he is, so he's in trouble. But I think, personally, while elections are rigged, those sorts of problems there are, but I'm talking about different things with the court system. So, assuming, Brandon, that we could track down 10, 15, 20,000 guys like us, and we all moved to rural Australia, maybe a little town like Launceston with Tasmania, while the Chinese have been moving into Hobart, little towns up in the north of Tasmania like Launceston, they're still okay. So I reckon if we could get 20,000 of us to move there, you would then be able to vote out some of the local deadbeat politicians. And then if you are the mayor of that town and we've got good people in the police force, then we'll be able to have our no-go zone. Because
you trust the police?
It's kind of cute listening to people that still have hope.
I completely agree with you. I sort of don't have any hope, but there is some. And if you completely give up, then it's all over. So my hope for the future is I don't want to see. I've got children and grandchildren, so my life is only for them now. I'm trying to do whatever I can to fix my country for them. So
That's a noble aspiration.
Plan A is
how do you get everybody? How do you convince 20,000 people to pick up roots and move?
Aha. Now, one of the issues that we have here in Australia is there's big chunks of it that are completely empty. And we're now reaching a point where some of the politicians would like to increase the population and they would like to get some people in. So if they could get some people to move out of the big cities and move into rural and regional parts of Australia, they'll be offering good deals on the tax and the fees and the charges. And that's where I see some hope, where you could move to northern Tasmania or a town like Launceston. And even though that government isn't perfect at the state level and the federal level, once you get onto the local government in there and all of the politicians around that part of Tasmania, federal, state and local, are all on our side, all our type of guys, then within that jurisdiction, you'll be able to run a reasonably clean show. And
I see that jurisdiction becoming enemies of the state.
Well, that same thing has sort of happened here in my home state of Kansas. We have a group called Opus Dei. They're a fundamentalist Catholic group. You may have heard of them, you may not. Anyways, they have They have their own college. They have their own, basically their own town and county of St. Mary's, Kansas. And they are looked upon with absolute suspicion. And they're almost treated like a cult.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Jonestown.
Absolutely. Now, guess what, Brandon?
Man.
Guess what? It's exactly the same here. I live very, very close to the Catholic University.
So there's a big difference. Opus Dei is armed to the fucking teeth, and nobody fucks with them.
Correct. So here in
You
Australia,
guys don't have that.
Here in
You don't have
Australia,
that.
we
They
absolutely
took your guns.
here in Australia we absolutely do have Opus Dei, and they're exactly
you don't
like
have-
you're talking about in
you don't
every
have
way,
the guns.
except they don't have the guns. They don't have the guns. You're right about that. But they're very active politically, so that they can get what they want in every way except for the guns. So they've got their complete healthcare system. So if you're one of them, you don't have to go to a government hospital. You go to the Catholic hospital. So you got Catholic healthcare, Catholic education, Catholic welfare, Catholic social services. People tend to live nearby that part of town so that they can be sending their children to the local Catholic childcare centres and schools. And that's on the northeastern suburbs of Brisbane, not far from where I live.
Cool. Well, at least there is some sanity, man. Because I like the Opus Dei folks. I used to work for a company that was based out of St. Mary's, and they were all good, freaking hardworking, honest folk.
Yeah, absolutely. My knowledge of
and
the
you
Catholic
did
Church-
not want to piss them off.
Yeah. Well, here in Australia, exactly the same, mate. We've got this faction within the Catholic Church, which is Opus Dei, and they are the real Tea Party, MAGA Republicans. And within Australia, we've got the Jesuit faction amongst the Catholic Church. And the Jesuits in Australia literally are the Chinese Communist Party of Australia. The Jesuits will sell you out, but Opus Dei are fantastic.
Yeah. Jesuits.
Yeah,
Those guys.
Jesuits. Yeah, absolute devil worship. The Jesuits, truly horrible.
Well, what do you think most of the lawyers, the Catholic lawyers anyways, are Jesuit?
It's funny that the Knights Templar got wiped out, but the Jesuits went on strong.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Now, it's similar here in Australia. There's plenty of left-wing lawyers about, but there are groups like Opus Dei and then similar TradCon Protestant groups who are finally worked out that maybe we should send some of our own young people to school to become a lawyer so that we can have some right-wing Christian lawyers who can look after us in court. So that's starting to happen now, just over the last few years, getting young, decent TradCon people through uni doing a law degree.
Just recently in the news here in the United States, we had a policeman lose his job because he expressed a opposition to abortion. And they, they take a fine young man like that who has morals, values, ethics, and principles, and they force him out. Where at the same time, they hire these idiots like they had in Memphis who tick all of their politically correct boxes, but are fucking monsters. And beat a man to death because they didn't like the way he was driving.
Wow.
Another story, I don't know what it is about Tennessee this last month. There was a fucking young lady gets hired as a policeman, And she
Yeah.
fucks everybody on the force and gets them all fired.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had similar problems here. So the Opus Dei that I was talking about, they have a hospital on the south side of Brisbane called the Mater Hospital. It's been a Catholic hospital on the south side for ages, but the left-wing government got into that hospital, and at the Children's Hospital, there was an OBGYN, good Catholic man, and he mentioned and spoke out in public about how during the COVID, there's been an increase in women having a miscarriage because she had the needle. There was a 40-50% increase in women miscarrying because they've had the virus vaccines. And he got sacked from the Catholic hospital.
I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Yeah. So,
No, you're not understanding what I'm fucked about.
What's
I'm
happening,
fucked
Brandon?
because I was on my way to a to the Catskills, but there is a scale here that at the New Mexico border.
yeah.
They're going to get you first.
Now, I'm going to give you some more good news just to cheer you up a bit. Now, can you see the last two links I put into the chat about the Abbey Museum and the Abbey Medieval Festival? Can you see that, Brandon?
Brandon's got to concentrate on the scale thing right now. He's probably going to get in trouble because he's at an official scale and he hasn't been weighed yet.
Aha. Well, if you have a look at it yourself on the right-hand side on the chat, there's the abbeymuseum.com.au. Is also not far from where I live. And do you have any young fellas who are into the cosplay? Hello?
What did you say? I'm sorry. You broke up?
Cosplay. Anybody who likes to do cosplay?
No, I live in reality.
Okay, well, here at this place in reality, the Abbey Museum have this medieval festival, and they do for real cosplay. You can fight with swords for real. Archery.
Do they stab each other?
Yes.
Really? You cut people's heads off and shit?
No, you don't get to cut heads off, but
Then it's not real. You're LARPing.
well, it's real sword play, and the good guys fight the bad guys and all of that kind of stuff. But they're using real swords, and some of the guys from down south didn't want to come back to our one up here because they thought it was going a bit too far, and we were the tough guys, and they got a bit scared. But if you get a chance, come out to Australia and check out the Abbey Museum and the Abbey Festival tournament if you can. It's great fun because we get local groups. Like in America, you get the guys that do the Civil War reenactment. Correct?
Yes.
Well, this Abbey Museum.
I used to get.
This thing with the Abbey Museum,
Go ahead,
it's like the reenactment of the Civil War. So instead of cowboys and Indians in the North and the South, it's guys dressing up as Vikings and guys dressing up as Norman conquerors and guys dressing up like Braveheart the Scot. So they reenact real battles from England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Europe, and Vikings, and they're smashing these swords together, and they throw some roast meat on the barbie, and they drink mead instead of ordinary beer. It's great fun. Great fun. It's like doing cosplay, but a bit more serious and a bit more dangerous and a bit more on the edge. And guys do get hurt sometimes. They actually do get hurt sometimes. So it's not a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I used to be involved in the SCA, the Society for Creative Anachronism. It was a group of medieval reenactors. We would use sticks made out of rattan and really, it was like really solid, thick bamboo, and we would beat the shit out of each other. We'd wear, medieval armor, and there were a lot of rules and restrictions that you had to follow. You had to have knee coverage. You had to have elbow coverage. You had to have a full-on 16-gauge steel helmet with a basket mask or whatever they call it.
Don't forget the kidney coverage.
Yes, you have to have a kidney belt. You have to have a cup. You have to have steel toe boots, and you had to wear. Sorry, go ahead.
That there is what I was talking about. If you ever come to Australia and when the festival is on up at the Abbey Museum, that's what I'm talking about. All the same kind of stuff. Now, do you know how to make a good quality sword?
Me? No.
I'll tell you the trick. You can probably do this yourself at home. You go to the wrecking yard where they've got wrecking cars and trucks.
You're talking about leaf springs.
That's it. You get hold of an old leaf spring, reasonably good quality, that's come off a good vehicle, and you take that into the blacksmith shop, and you can turn that into a really good sword. It's really good stuff. It's not that hard to do. You can have a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But you're absolutely right, Brandon.
In the SCA,
I was in the SCA too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, if you get into Opus Dei,
the SCA was taken over by Wiccan, though.
Aha.
Did it?
Yeah, you'll get that around the place. There's Wicca around as well if you're in a Commonwealth country, English-speaking country. But that's where what we've been talking about with the no-go zones is right. You got to be able to migrate to an area and then try and keep the trash out and keep the good guys in, and then build up the numbers of the good guys. That's the way to go. Not easy, but I think it is still sort of maybe perhaps possible, and we have to at least genuinely attempt to have a go at it. I personally feel anyway. So that's my plan A, would be don't leave Australia, try and find a no-go zone and do as much as I can to provide a better world for my children. And then my plan B would be to move to America so that there might be a better chance of doing it there in America. And then plan C would be the passport bro and go somewhere else, possibly by sailboat, turn up at a bloody island in the middle of nowhere. That would be the final plan for me, would be sailing away on a sailboat. Like Kevin Costner in Waterworld.
Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me.
Yep. So that's one of the things about Australia.
Sailing takes me away from where I'm going.
Yeah, if you're talking about geography, Australia can be called either the smallest continent or the largest island. So rather than traveling around on a truck, if you've got a boat, you can sail around Australia all the way around. You don't have to go through the Panama Canal because it's one great big island.
I'm on a motherfucking boat. I'm on a boat.
Yep. Yep. And similar to the no-go zone, when you're on a boat, it's international law. So there's all kinds of no-go zone stuff that applies to being in international waters on a boat and what the local coppers can and cannot do to you. So that's well worth thinking about as well. Traveling by boat, if you're especially, mate, Brandon, if you're ex-Navy, get yourself onto a half reasonable sized Coast Guard cutter or sailing boat, and you could go just about anywhere in the world and find all kinds of places you can go, and you'll be left alone.
Hey, Brandon, Outlaw's in our backstage. If
Yo.
you've got a chance to let him in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, sorry. How are you doing, Outlaw?
Not bad. How we doing, guys?
Awesome.
I'm doing well, although it is hot.
Yeah.
Hot.
40.
You get your phone fixed, Outlaw.
I just went and bought some new headphones, so hopefully I sound a lot better and it ain't breaking up and all that nonsense. But
Yeah,
how's
you
it
sound
sounding?
good
You
to
guys
me.
is in
Well, hey,
A little,
hey guys,
a little
I gotta
fuzzy,
fuzzy.
you know. Yeah.
I gotta get to work, so I'm
But-
gonna see y'all later.
All right, later.
Have a good day, Shafis.
Yeah, you
Right,
too.
bye.
Good night. I'm the same, guys. It's been great having this chat, but I might get back to bed and see if I can get a couple more hours sleep before I get up. So have a great time.
You too.
Sleep well, grumpy old man.
No
Fair,
worries.
bye.
Have fun, guys.
Well, Outlaw, has Frank sent you his masterpiece yet?
I am going to have to check my email. I have no clue. I'm just now starting to catch up on everything. So I have to go look here when I get off.
When you get it, if you could convert it to an audio file and send it to me, that'd be great. That way I
Okay.
can I can sing to it.
I'll see if I can shoot it over to you through email.
But for some reason or another, I was unable to communicate my email to him.
Huh. The closest connection I've got with him is on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about.
So I'll go check that out when
Yeah.
I get off. And yeah, those were some cheap headphones. I had to get rid of those and try to find me sound better.
Did you give Riggs your address?
No, I need to do that too as when I get off. Thank you for reminding me, actually.
So are you all done working in the bush?
Yeah, actually, yeah, for the time being. So shouldn't be having to go help him anytime soon, I don't think, unless he pops up and calls me one night.
Were you making moonshine?
No, wish I would have though. At them houses we were working in, some garbage houses, man. Let me tell you. I'm sure you heard a little bit of it last night, though, Hemi, didn't you? I was telling the
I
guys
think so.
I was telling the guys about it on Chaos's Discord. And my nephew calls me over there to go help him do it. She's snorting a line of coke right in front of him and shooting her windows out with guns, and needles everywhere. Fun times, right? So we had to go in there and clean her house out and evict her. It was a mess. Fun times.
Sounds
Fun
like a
times.
big mess.
You had to evict her and she was armed? Yee.
Yeah. Well, I think he had to wind up calling the police. That happened when they went over there. They got me to come over like a day or two later. So that's what they were
Sketchy
telling me.
shit.
But luckily they were armed too, so they, but yeah, we played cleanup crew over there and renovated it, painted it, fixed the plumbing. Like she was in there trying to burn stuff down, so I don't know. One of those jobs. But other than that, yeah, that's how my week went.
Damn it, we just can't have nice things.
Right? But yeah, we hauled off. We hauled off a pretty good bit. And unfortunately, our county dump here hits us hard. I think we paid somewhere around 50 something bucks to dump all that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Jefferson County is awful. And you can go to the next county over and pay $1. Makes no sense whatsoever. But hey, I found $1 on the floor, so that was something.
I've always wondered why it's so expensive to use the dump.
Now that I couldn't tell you. They
Because
were gonna try. They were gonna try to charge him like 90 something bucks to dump it, and he talked them down. I was like, there ain't no way I'd pay 90 something dollars to dump trash at a dump.
What's worse is when they charge you to dump something that they sell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They used to be, let's say whatever's fairly reasonable, probably about about $10, something like that. Which I guess is still just a little high, but with all this going on in the economy, they shot it up.
well, somebody figured out you could make money off of dumps. Because when I was a kid, dump was free.
Yeah.
They wanted you to throw your trash away so that there weren't piles of garbage out in the country.
Yep. Yes, sir, Rusty, it is.
Hey, Rusty. An absolute.
AKS. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's pretty stupid how they do things here in Jefferson County. Goldman John could tell you a whole lot about it. There ain't no consistency nowhere down here. It's kind of like they just charge whatever they want, and then, you know.
Yeah, I feel you. I see the same thing happen in lots of different places.
Well, the bad thing is where I'm living now, they won't let you burn. You can't burn nothing. They got a burn ordinance. If we could burn, I'd set that joker ablaze and be done with it.
Well, one of the things I'm going to do when I'm pelletizing is I plan on running my electricity at the homestead off of pellets.
Mm-hmm.
If you grind up your trash and mix it with your wood shavings
Mm-hmm.
and your sawdust,
Yeah.
if you use beeswax as your binding agent, you can mix them together and make pellets out of it.
Oh, nice.
And you can't do that with your metal, of course, but
Yeah.
all your organic trash.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, are you push to talk on that thing?
Push to talk? No, I think it's just I speak like into the phone. The headphones I got turns it basically into a microphone. Turns the whole phone, I guess, into a microphone, and I just talk.
Yeah, I just hear these clicks. Like when you start and stop talking, it'll click.
Hopefully that. I don't know. This it's a brand new pair of headphones, so I don't know how they sound on y'all's end, but yeah, I'm sure they're doing something stupid.
Well, it's better than your other one.
I may have to break down and go buy an even more expensive pair of headphones than this. I don't know. I think Mr. Hemi and Navigator said they yeeted themselves.
Gotta have my Navigator.
Yeah, they sound good. You sound like indie. There's a little pop just before you speak and a pop when you're like, it's not bad. It's like over and out. We know when you're done talking.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, these are Gummy brand headphones. You get them basically like Dollar General, or I guess if you got Publix, you can buy them there. Where I got them.
At least your sentences aren't getting cut off. So I'll deal with the pop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I apologize about that, guys. I'm trying to try some stuff, and I told Chaos last night I got a fast charger, so we'll see if it works. It's a Belkin
Right
brand from Walmart. It's got fast charge enabled on the box, so I guess that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
I guess.
StreamYard kills your battery like nobody's business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I have to stream with my charger plugged or my phone plugged in.
My phone's done dropped 10% since I've been on here. I've been on what, about 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, do I? Nice, Rusty.
What's up, Kush?
Tell me if you like this, Rusty. Snowman, you got your ears on. Come back. Tell me if I sound like Burt Reynolds there, Rusty. I love that movie. I don't know. These were $10 headphones. We'll see if they last.
Yeah. They'll last for a bit.
Yeah.
This is Mule Shoe, Texas.
Ah, mule chew. Yes, sir. Break for that carries occasion. You got your ears on, son. Come back. Hello, Mr. Cush. Ah, and the beard of MGTOW has made his presence.
Oh my God, it must be lunchtime in Nebraska.
I guess that's kind of cool that I sound like I'm on a CB.
So today's Wednesday, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
All day.
nice. Well, the one plus off that job, guys, was that we went and bought a dump trailer. So we no longer have to handle the garbage by hand.
Nice. Hydraulic.
Yep. That was a huge help. Just pull up at the dump, raise it, out you go. Wasn't nothing extravagant. It's like a 6x12.
It's dual axle.
Yep.
Nice.
And Rusty will like this. It was painted up like the Bandit, the Trans Am. It's black with gold stripes on it.
Ooh.
It's a nice little unit. 70, I think it was 74.50 out the door. Yeah, 74.50 out the door with taxes. So whatever the taxes came out to.
And the Mule Shoe Heritage Foundation.
Nice.
Let's hope that Mule Shoe has a fucking scales.
Yes, sir, it is,
We
Cook.
gotta,
It's that time for my neighbor every day.
Kush got
My
what?
neighbor. He said it was 420 somewhere. I said, yeah, it is for my neighbor like every day.
Yeah. finding some scales around this place is insane.
Well, there's your Mickey D's. You can do like me and get you a hash brown and coffee.
I want to weigh my truck because I'm really fucking heavy. This is the heaviest actual load that I've ever had, and I got weighed by the port of inspection, but they weren't weighing me for balance. They were just weighing me for total weight.
Right.
So at least I know I'm not over the total weight.
That's good.
But I also know that I'm not balanced because I'm reading a lot of pressure on my gooseneck.
So whoever loaded it loaded all the stuff up front.
Well, what I do is I can shift where the attach points are.
Mm-hmm.
That way I don't have to touch the freight. And I was hoping that one of these towns, because this is a bigger town for out here,
Mm-hmm.
that they would have an actual scales. Because the further I get away from the factory, the farther it's going to go back. Like, if I can't adjust the thing into level, then I have to go back to the Cargill factory. But every mile I go is that many more miles I got to go back.
Right.
If I have to take it back to them to get reloaded. I'm thinking about just going ahead and moving my tandem axles just because.
Yep.
I hate to do that on the side of the road though. Fuck. All right, I'll do it. I don't want to get caught by a fucking surprise inspection and be as far out as I think I am. Be right back, brothers.
Mm-hmm. Brother, I do not. I do not have my fishing poles. Have some. I'm gonna have to go get me one. Hey, I couldn't even tell you the last time I went fishing, Rusty. But if I do, I usually like going and trying to catch catfish or bass or Oh man, heard that, brother Rusty. Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Riggs. Yeah, I'll get you that address as soon as I get off here. I don't know why I keep forgetting. I'm just forgetful, man.
Oh, did you guys watch the end of the stream yesterday from me?
Yeah, I tried to catch it.
The ape had me tell the waitress something pretty awful. I'll come on down your back now, you hear?
Oh my god, man.
It was fucking hilarious. I laughed. I had to tip her extra because I was just fucking busted up so much.
Oh my god.
She was a pretty good waitress. She didn't deserve that kind of bullshit, but it was funny.
Yeah, I was switching back and forth, and I caught everybody laughing, but I didn't hear the punchline. But yeah, that was. We got to where we do that with customers. You gotta hang up the phone. You'll say "love you" or "thanks, sweetie" or something like that. And my nephew's got me working with him, and he's doing work for a woman all the way out in California, and that's what he tells her. That they're all right, sweetheart. Bye, I love you.
Well, Frank always tells me he loves me too. No homo.
Always tell people you love them, guys. That's what they tell me anyway.
Apparently, that doesn't make, or that makes the women fucking cringe.
Really?
Yep, if you're too, obsequious to them.
Hmm. Hash brown was pretty good. I may have to get me another.
Tasted like another.
May have to get me one more. Yeah, I don't really feel like frying up another one. Gotta lay off the fatty foods anyway. A V6 Challenger Hemi. That's what just went up past me.
Sacrilege.
Sacrilege. Thought I heard somebody hiss at it. I'm with you. I don't like them V6 cars.
If you're gonna call it a Challenger, it's gotta have 8 cylinders.
That's right. Well, that one looked kind of corny anyway. It had like body graphic stripes and kind of like something you'd see out of the 80s. A white base and like some red and black stripes, like something funky you'd see on a appearance package in the 80s or something.
All show, no go.
That's it. We got a lot of budget ballers around here, man. V6 Mustangs, Camaros, Challengers. The only decent car in this neighborhood is my neighbor's green Challenger across the street, which is, I think, is a 392 Hemi. Like an olive green color with black wheels.
I think Outlaw dropped.
Well, I'm 1 hour from Lubbock. I'm pretty sure they'll have a scales in Lubbock.
Fix your mic. Welcome back.
Thank you. Telemarketers again.
Well, it's a toss-up. In the daytime, you get telemarketers. You don't get them in the nighttime. But in the nighttime, you get drunk dingus. So, I don't know. 50-50.
Yeah.
It was good to hear him straight last night, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I
true.
got zero tolerance for alcohol, man. Just been like that for a long time.
You know, and I know exactly what you mean.
So, like, yeah, you want to come back.
The thing that gets me is the lie-in.
You want to talk in a sober frame of mind, we can do that. But I can't negotiate with a bottle. And that's who you're talking to at that time.
Yeah.
Nothing personal, just what I've observed over the years as, you know, the
No, you're
guy
not
who always
wrong.
the guy who always just smoked weed and watched alcohol make absolute fools of people.
Yeah.
When did you stop? Well, you probably drank pretty hard after your divorce, like 2 years ago, eh?
Yeah. Actually, I was drinking more while I was married than I did after the divorce. Yeah, I'd still have a few, but I used to drink like I do my vodka shots with a freaking coffee cup,
Oh, geez.
and you know, I was always functional, but you know, it got to be that would be the only way I could go to sleep. And I said, "Fuck it, that's not healthy." Luckily, I had some people who cared about me, and
That's important. Like I only give up on them while they're intoxicated. You know, I'm not going to It's not a total give up. It's just not the time. My message to him will remain constant, though. Call your dad.
Yep. Now that he's not doing it, and I don't believe for a minute actually that his phone's broken either.
That's weak. But every time I see him, I'm just going to say, call your dad.
Yeah.
It's important. But here I am breaking the number one rule of the MGTOW World Tour, talking about a guy
Yeah.
who's not here. So I'm going to
Yeah.
stop that right now. Check
Good.
myself.
Me too. Very nice. Me too.
I like that rule. It's a good rule.
God, I cannot find a fucking gas station with scales. Ah! Although the truck is riding much better now that I slid the tandems forward. You can think of it as sort of like acting like a seesaw. If you have your tandems all the way back, it's sort of like a seesaw with two people sitting on the same side.
Right.
The further you move them forward, the further you put the second person on the other side of the fulcrum.
How many hours are you going to drive for today, Brandon?
Oh, really just depends on the storm. I thought
True.
I'd be driving into weather.
Looks like you might.
Kind of lightening up.
Okay, it looks dark on the screen still, but
Well, it's dark, but it's not as dark as it was.
getting better. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like a minute or two chat off stream tonight with you when you
Of course,
end for the day.
most definitely.
Thanks. You got a full trailer now?
Oh
What's
God,
inside it?
I'm very excuse me, I'm very heavy.
Oh, what are you carrying?
Meat, frozen meat. Actually, Hemi, why don't you leave yourself checked in here and call me on your regular phone, unless that costs you money.
It's worth every penny. Okay, I'll do that.
Hey, Hemi, can you drop a link?
I sure can. Done.
Thank you, sir. That's for you, Rusty.
Come on in, Rusty. The water's nice.
It's for any of the rest of you brothers as well. Hey, Fleming. Good to see you, bro. We are starting to get the first of our frozen rain here in Lubbock. Joy.
Sleet?
Yeah. I'm going to need to do a really good radar check when I finally get to a place that has cat scales. Oh, and I think I better check to see where the Loves is here in Lubbock, because there's
I'm back.
Oh, good. Hey, Hemi, can you look at the address for Love's in Lubbock, Texas?
Okay. Are you on I-27?
No, I'm on 289. I take it the Loves is on 27, huh?
Yes. I-27.
Okay.
Exit 8. I don't see 29. Does 29 go right into Lubbock?
It's 289.
And I don't know with her, the one time, oh, for sure. And so when I say to her, and like that's what she does with people, she's like, it's like, don't you understand? I'm like, you're trying to help people, but you're so coming from a broken place. And actually, what happens is that level of
Well, I'm a terrible navigator. I cannot find 289.
Well, I am going back to Highway 27.
Oh, okay.
I absolutely must get this fucking thing weighed. I know for sure they'll have a scale at Love's.
I-27, exit number 8. It's on the north side of Lubbock.
Since you can't find 289, you can't tell me which direction to go. So, but I'll know by the mile markers.
Okay. You were coming from Amarillo, weren't you?
Well, I went over to the side. I went almost to the New Mexico border to pick up this meat. So you say exit 8, huh?
Exit number 8.
Okay. Is it on the east or the west side of the highway?
I have to look.
Okay. Don't bother. I'll be there before you find it.
On the west side of the highway.
Thank you.
Southwest side of the highway.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Appreciate it. Right out here by the jail, which looks exactly like a school. I hate the way they build schools these days.
So institutional.
Well, schools really do look like prisons these days. You know, they're tiny fucking windows. Just fucking sad. Yes, you go. It's your turn. And yes, they have a scale. Woohoo! And a few of my brothers are even bedding down here to wait out the storm, it looks like. Hang on just a second. I've got to use the app. Yes, Hemi is here, Rusty, but he's
Doing my
shy
chores.
today. Say what?
Doing my chores. I'm doing my chores.
I figured you'd want to talk to Rusty.
I'll talk to Rusty.
I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to check the weather. Hey, Hemi. Well, my MGTOW brothers, we are running into an ice storm, so I am going to shut driving down for the day and let the guys go out there and spread a whole bunch of love and joy on the highway. And then I'll start again later on this evening. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye. Remember,
Take care, Brandon.
no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children. Bye-bye. Thank you, Hemi. You still need to talk to me afterwards, or we're done?
No, I think we covered it all. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.